You and just know you live 70 boy. If you call 70 often. Is it right there? Squares them there? You can't ask me that. Squares them go reach to 9:30 man. Squares them go reach to 9:30. You just have a school. So what you the squares them be? You the squares them be? And 16. I get her 917 in next 917 now. 917 now.
So you have 17? 30?
40. 45. Yeah, they should have organized to get right on thing. Toss on take? Who in the toss? What you toss go? Match ref?
Now, guys, help me out here, your umpires. St. Vincent bus got to company at 9:50, and the managers demanding that the toss be delayed without any warm-up time. So the match referee is asking me what to do. I never encountered something like this. You guys
Give them an extra 15.
15 minutes.
We're going to take it from extra.
So you could take the toss at when? Because you got the 9:15, take the toss 9:30. Start quarter two. That sound good? Yeah. Okay. And pretty full over still.
Just mean the extra time will cut down now to
The extra time was what? 50 minutes?
40, yeah. 40.
They didn't take 10 to
Match
go to
ref.
lunch?
yeah, it was 50.
Okay, I have a chat here with my two umpires, my two senior umpires. Take the toss at 9:30, start at quarter to 10, start the game at quarter to 10. Tell the umpires that, right? And the captains and so on. Right? And then you'll take that 15 minutes from the extra time. Remember the extra time is 40 minutes? Yeah. So tell the umpires all that too. Yeah. Alright then.
You got 25 minutes extra time now.
15 from 40 is 25, yeah.
Won the toss?
Dominica only toss on the field. I don't have a team sheet from Dominican management team. There's a problem because the team has to go down on the
Yes, good morning and welcome to the Parking Playing Field. We are here for the finals of the Winward Super 6 West Windward Islands Cricket Board under 15 competition between Grenada and Dominica. And both teams will be vying for that trophy today. And after some overnight rain and a lot of rain yesterday, and since Friday evening, we have some sunshine out today, some sunny conditions, a bit breezy, not too warm, a bit cool. And perfect conditions for bowling. Dominica won the toss. They have chosen to bowl first. And the Dominica team, our senior Fontaine is the captain. Aidan Burton, Nyan Davis, Chance Marshall, Jaquan Latile, Chris Toussaint. No, Chris is out. Sorry. Darwin Lewis, Damian Frederick, Dylan John, who bowled quite well so far in the tournament, Vince Daru, Joshua Joseph, and Elon Pascal. So that's the 11. Let me go over it one more time. Dominica on the 15-11. Senior Fontaine, Aidan Burton, Nyan Davis, Chance Marshall, Jaquan Latile, Darwin Lewis, Damian Frederick, Dylan John, Vince Daru, Joshua Joseph, and Elon Pascal. For Grenada, they're playing 11. Kavon Bartholomew, Aravinda Bishop, Rakeem Charles, Devon Joseph, Jamie Wickham, Lyndon Francis, Jordan John, Jelani George, Xavier Rock, Camille Abraham, and Desron Mitchell, who had a fantastic spell here on Friday, going at less than 1 run per over in his entire spell, picking up 3 wickets. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes today. Umpires are out. They are waiting the players to come out on the field. And, of course, the Dominica team, they will be out fielding. And the openers for the Grenada team will be coming out as well. And with me here, I'm Alanson Cruikshank. With me in the commentary box, Osnet Kate will be joining me quite soon. As we said, that's a nice cooling breeze at the ground at the moment. A bit overcast, but no immediate threat of rain. And we hope that the showers stay away today. After yesterday was quite wet. Good morning to you, Osnet.
Good morning to you, Alanson. Good morning to all of viewers in the Caribbean tuning into this broadcast.
Yes, I'll give you some time to catch your breath, Osnet. But should be a quite an interesting final between the two teams. We have already gone through the teams. But Dominica, they have won the toss. They have elected to bowl. And by all accounts, based on the conditions, you know, they have made the right choice.
Yes, I think we had some overnight shows as well, so that we don't have to play in the Dominican camp. It's rather cool conditions here at the party team. We're looking to make 40 million into the Grenada and nothing else.
Yes, so opening for Grenada will be Charles and John. Jordan John, Rakeem Charles. They opened the batting on Friday as well. Charles, we saw very stodgy, determined to bat long. John a bit more aggressive. And opening the bowling will be the skipper for Dominica, Fontaine. Has some pace. And if he hits the seam today on this wicket, should be able to get some assistance from the wicket.
Yes, indeed. So we saw him in the first field balls, the Simpsons, and then again he was on the 15 here. Yes, good morning again. We had some technical difficulties there in terms of our technical team. But we were speaking about Fontaine, the captain. He has really led from the front for the Dominican team. Even in the last encounter, he did score some runs and picked up a wicket as well. So he's someone that they'll be looking to set the pace, really, and lead from the front.
Yes, absolutely. And he has done well with bat as well. He's on the most runs charts for the tournament so far. And he'll be looking to back that up in today's game, which is the most important game, the final. Who will win the trophy? The uniforms are quite similar. In case you're looking on your TV, you'll be able to see that. But that is due to the fact that the national flags of both teams share essentially the same colors.
Yes, just to give our viewers an idea in terms of the points table coming into this final round. We have Dominica topping the table, played 11 points. They picked up 3 bowling points along the way. Grenada, they are in second place, 7.6 points. St. Lucia, they will be very disappointed with that last game. They were perhaps looking favourite to make it to the final, but they ended up in 6.8 points. And St. Vincent and Grenadines in the cellar position, despite that brilliant win in their last encounter versus Grenada. They are on 5.2 points. So at Cumberland, you have St. Lucia versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And of course, here at the Parkway playing field, we have the final between Dominica and Grenada.
So here we go now. Fontaine just on the down the leg side, bit of pace, beats the keeper. Beats the keeper there, did not gather. Wicketkeeper Burton. So he didn't gather on that occasion.
Yeah, just a correction in terms of the most runs. You mentioned Fontaine being top of the charts. Is actually Canel Nelson from St. Lucia. Fontaine seemed to be second on the list with 71 runs scored. And in terms of the wicket, we have Arvinda Bishop, the ambidextrous slow left arm, right arm spinner from Grenada. He'll be looking to add to that here today.
So another quick delivery. Strikes him on the tie. Loud appeal, but obviously too high to be LBW.
Yes, one thing we have seen with this wicket is that it offers a bit for the seamers. If you're able to bend your back, you will get some pace and purchase, especially with the new ball.
Yeah, we saw that on the first 3 games here. And today I think there'll be even more moisture than there was in those games up beneath the pitch due to the conditions yesterday and last night. About his run on that occasion.
It's a bit surprised we have play starting on time this morning. We really had some heavy overnight showers. Looking at the forecast as well, the rain is down for today, but hopefully it actually stays away.
Yeah, so we must commend the ground staff for their hard work and the entire team here at Parkhill for making play start on time today. Fontaine played late by Charles. Gets a single down to the man at third man. That's all there will be. Yes. And first run off the bat, Charles off the mark.
Yes, well played there by Charles, just allowing that one to come to him and guiding it. It's a shot I think that is actually underutilized so far in the tournament. In some of most of the players just playing with a straight bat, killing the ball dead in front of them. I think just a matter of maneuvering the face of the bat and you get an easy single every time down to that man at third man.
Fontaine in again. Rolling this time to John down the leg side. Wide delivery. Had a bit of pace, but misdirected. It's 3 without loss so far in the first over. Dominica electing to bowl. Grenada at the wicket. Here he comes in again. Fontaine, this one is on the pad. Striking on the pad, John. As he looks to turn this one on the onside, but beaten there.
Yes, that one just angling in. Perhaps doing a bit too much. And there was John trying to walk that one on the leg side. Vast space on the leg side. If he's able to get any sort of bat on it, he will get himself some runs. As we're seeing a change in field, a man there from extra cover coming into what seemed to be a square leg position. Yes, bit fine.
Driven nicely, but straight to the man at extra cover. Full of delivery. John would be pleased to have felt that one nicely on the bat, but didn't get the gap on that occasion, so no runs added to the total.
So once again, action in the Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament. The finals here. Rather small crowd so far. Hopefully it will build up as the game progresses. As this one again, it's down the leg side. Should be signal a wide by umpire Bayam.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper Burton having some struggles here. That one not quite carrying through to him on the full. Some of the others have flown through and has had a difficult beginning here in this over, Burton.
Just to go back to the the most runs shot there, Alanson. Rather paltry total in terms of the person leading the runs. It shows you the quality of batting we have seen in the tournament. Haven't really seen anybody put their hand up. We have had a lot of players perhaps spending a lot of time at the crease, but in terms of production of runs, we haven't seen those big scores that we were hoping that we'll see at this particular level.
Yes, and well, there are 2 or 3 questions there. I mean, the first is, what is the approach that is being dictated to the young men as they go out to bat? There are some of them who are a bit more aggressive, but they have been asked to really curtail that natural aggression. I mean, really and truly, our brand of cricket in the Caribbean, we are positive players. So it's about being able to judge the right deliveries to go at and being able to get runs. Because at the end of the day, you could bat all day, but in a white ball fixture, runs win. I mean, if you're batting first and you make 150 without loss, if a team make 151 all out, they have 1 more run than you.
Agreed.
Still a better total in the end. So the runs are the premium. Time comes in a bit more when you're batting your test cricket. Although teams also have struggled to bat out the 50 overs in this competition as well. Fontaine is in now to Charles. Lovely delivery on that occasion. That one seemed to have left him off the pitch. That's the end of the over. At the end of over number 1. 7 without loss. Grenada, they will be pleased with that start.
Yes, a mixed bag there from Fontaine. Presenting some scoring opportunities in the form of wides to the Grenadian team. But he also bowled some very good deliveries going past the outside edge on a couple of occasions. So he'll be relatively pleased with that start. The Grenadians would be pleased with that start. 7 without loss. They're up and running.
So Dylan John is going to open the bowling. In the last game, we saw a different bowler bowling here in that very first game for Dominica when they played against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But John was very impressive in that game, and I think in the tournament now he has earned a promotion to open the bowling. Was very accurate in his bowling and troubled the batsman throughout his spell. So I think that he has gotten that opportunity to be in that now, and I think he's among the list of the top wicket takers as well.
Yes, he is. And I think he doesn't have the pace of Fontaine, but what he has is good control and gets the ball to move as well. I think a strong wind blowing from right to left would definitely aid his deliveries going away from the right-handers.
This one is driven straight to the man at extra cover. There's the run. Marshall does the fielding. Good looking shot there from John. He's a bit more aggressive than Charles. But he has played 2 lovely drives so far, but straight to the extra cover fielder. And there's a big gap on either side of that extra cover. So just needs to manipulate the face of the bat just a little bit more with his bottom hand just to get the gap. This one is outside the off stump, left alone. So immediately John is there or thereabouts in terms of his line. So a good start from him.
Yes, Jishon Joseph actually opened the bowling versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So as you mentioned, because of his exploits in that game, John, he's on the right to open the bowling, and so far that decision is looking to be a very good one. 2 deliveries in that corridor of uncertainty.
Good delivery, right on the batsman there. Played nicely by John on the back foot, the straight back, but testing delivery there. That's what you want with the new ball. So a good delivery there from John, asking the batsman to play, to make that decision whether to go back or forward. He chose to go back because it was just in that in-between length. So good areas there from John.
Yes, very good areas from him so far. The most important thing there, as you mentioned, is he's actually asking the batter to play. And that's what you want as a bowler. No need, in the sense having the batter just leaving alone outside the off stump.
So there's a fuller one. He's looking to play it on the onside. Appeal was vociferous from behind the stump, but the bowler stifled his appeal. I think he would admit probably that it was going down the leg side.
Yes, that one was a full toss, angling in to the right-handed John. I think he would be very disappointed there. That was actually a scoring opportunity for him. And he sort of bat on that one and he would have earned himself some runs.
So John to John. Comes forward again, punches, but again, straight to that man at extra cover. As I said before, just moving the bat face around a little bit, either adjusting by getting his wrist a bit more open, will get it to extra covers left, and by closing his wrist a little bit more, closing the bat face a little bit more, we'll get it to extra covers right. So something for him to work on as he continues to develop in the game. John to John. Lovely delivery there. That one tempted him into the drive. Seemed to get some away movement, so another very good over there from John. Not
Yes.
surprising at all. It's actually a maiden 7 without loss after 2 overs.
Yes, just getting that delivery to just tail away from the right-hander. And there was John trying to drive that one as he has done earlier on in the over. Good carry as well. That's something that we have really been impressed with here at Park Hill in terms of the fast bowlers getting the ball to carry through at a reasonable pace. So something in there for both the batters and the bowlers, as long as you're willing to do your trade very well.
Absolutely. So scoring currently at 3.75 runs on over, 2 overs, 7 runs. The most pleasing thing for the Grenadians will be that they have not yet lost a wicket. The Dominicans would want to change that fact as soon as possible. We have seen teams not start too badly in their batting innings, but they have lost wickets in clumps thereafter. Fontaine comes in now to Charles. Short delivery, quick delivery, but well played by Charles. Drops his hands, gets his head out of the way. Good technique.
Yes, very well played there from Charles. And Fontaine on that occasion just taking up his pace a notch. Chopping that one short, testing Charles there on the back foot. But as you mentioned, just dropped his wrist and went through at a reasonable height to the wicket keeper. So very good start to the over there from Fontaine.
So Fontaine again. Fuller delivery. Loud appeal for caught behind, but doesn't seem to take the wicket. But that's a good follow-up to the short delivery. Put him on the back foot, but then was Fuller searching in the next delivery. So that's good thinking there from the young man. Testing him with a fuller length after the short delivery.
Yes, once again going past the outside edge. So we have seen quite a bit of that so far in the 2.2 overs that we've seen completed so far. Both batters playing at deliveries that maybe on another day they will be best advised to just allow to go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. But then the movement as well is what is really tempting them into those shots.
Yes, a wide on that occasion from Fontaine. Just a bit too much width outside the off stump on that occasion. So some advice coming from Ricky, from the coach to Ricky Charles, just reminding him to go back inside his crease because he's batting outside his crease. This one he opens the face, should get an easy single. Slight collision there between the fielder at third man and the man at backward point. No communication on that occasion, but nothing serious in the end, thankfully for them.
Yes, just opening the face of the bat there, Charles, and allowing it to go past the man there at backward point for what was an easy single in the end.
John now on strike to Fontaine. So now a lifting delivery just outside the off stump from Fontaine. Of the bowlers we have seen in the tournament so far, he is one of them that has quite a bit of pace for this age group level. And we have also seen from Hakshaw some skiddy pace as well. So those two bowlers, once they could get some good control, I think that they could trouble even pretty good batsmen. Fontaine is in again. Aborts his run. There is some moisture around at some patches in the outfield. So may not have felt comfortable as he was coming in on that occasion. And of course, he did the right thing. Once you're not comfortable, it's better to do that than to bowl a no ball or maybe a wayward delivery. Fuller, driven back to him.
So 8 without loss into over number 3. And a sedate start from the batting team. Understandably so. There've been some really good bowling from these two.
Yeah, there were some winds in the first over from Fontaine, but since then he has found his line. And he comes again to John. Short delivery. Again, well played by John. Just swing out of the line. It's good batting by this opening batsman, at least against a short delivery.
Yes, that one a bit shorter on that occasion. Perhaps was an easier delivery to negotiate than the one bowled to Charles earlier. So it's the end of the third over. At the end of it, Grenada, they are 8 without loss after being sent into bat here from the Dominican under 15 team.
So Charles will be facing up again to Dylan John. There's a slip in place. There's a man at backward point, an extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man at square leg, and a man at fine leg on the third man. So here he comes. Played on the front foot there by Charles. Charles, he's a tall batsman. He doesn't really come out with a long stride on most occasions. A bit half forward, but seems to watch the ball quite closely.
Yes, he does, and as long as he's able to get that front leg as far forward as possible, just to try and negotiate the movement that John is actually getting, then he'll be in good stead. Just need to be watchful on and about that off stump. John getting that delivery to just move away slightly from the right-handed batter.
Oh, that's another good delivery there. Beaten outside the off stump. And again, that outward movement that you mentioned.
Yes, it's exactly what we were just speaking about in terms of the movement away from the right-hander. From the right-hander there, Charles. That one was not as full as the previous delivery. It's one pitching just on about a good length and tailing away from the right-hander Charles. So a beauty there from John. He continues to impress. This one again getting the outer portion of the bat. In the end, well played from Charles, playing it with soft hands. A bit late as well, gets it down to the man there, third man. So one more added to the total. It's now 9 without loss.
Charles making good use of that shot down to third man. Here's John back on strike. This one is a stifled appeal for leg before.
But in limited overs cricket, Alanson, that shot is a really important shot for you to have in your armory in terms of just guiding it through that third man region. And we haven't seen a lot of slip catches in the tournament so far. So highly unlikely that an outside edge will really carry to 4 slip, second slip. And on this occasion, we just have a solitary slip there. So it's a relatively safe shot in terms of risk.
Agreed. Both his run on that occasion, does John. Also, I think some of the slip fielders have been a bit deep. I mean, looking at the pace at which John is bowling, he's not rapid. And I think that Fontaine and the wicketkeeper really is the one who really sends the message and in terms of where he stands. So he should be taking the ball around his waist. That's where he should be taking it ideally. And then that would guide the slip as to where to stand. John comes in again. This one played a bit gingerly there from Jordan John, facing up to Dylan John. Seemed to have a little bit extra lift off the pitch. This one is another wide delivery outside the off stump. Maybe looking to try something a little bit different. It seemed like he was aiming for a fuller, slower delivery. But just getting it a bit wide outside the off stump. Maybe a slower delivery there attempting.
Yes, one of the few occasions he has actually missed his line, John. So we're looking to get back on that line we spoke about just on about the off stump, and with that movement and the wind direction, it really causing a bit of problems for the two right-handers.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery there from John. That one looked to have exploited some moisture there that's in the pitch that we mentioned. Just kissing the surface, going through nicely to the keeper. And that's the end of the over. At the end of over number 4, it is 10 without loss.
Yes, just the type of delivery we were speaking about in terms of a foolish length on and about the off stump. And there was John just coming forward, maybe not with any sort of conviction, and thankfully for him and for the Grenadian team, went past the outside edge.
So Fontaine again into Charles. Charles covers up. Charles this time electing to bowl from around the wicket, so he has changed his angle. He tried 2 short deliveries earlier in his spell. Both were easily swayed. Both time, on both occasions, each batsman swayed easily out of the line of those deliveries. So maybe he's trying to threaten them a little bit more with that short delivery. This one turned nicely, glanced down to the man at fine leg. Single taken. Dylan John does the feeling, gets it back into aid, and the wicket keeper. Aidan Burton. Fontaine in again. So, he's lost his footing there in his follow through, falling down on the wicket. Of course, bowling around the wicket, he has to be mindful of running on the wicket, so he has to make sure that he veers away in the opposite direction to which he may have been accustomed to from the other angle. Just falling over there after delivering that delivery, but all is well that ends well. No damage done to him.
Yes, just striving for a little bit more pace there, Fontaine, and we're seeing him changing the angle again, coming back over the wicket, which I think is the right angle for him.
It's a good delivery, but well played there by John. Just defends out to the man at cover who does the feeling. Fielded there by Joshua Joseph, who opened the bowling in the last game. From the end that Dylan John is now bowling. That's a good delivery there. Slow one, slightly slower there from Fontaine. And Appeal there for LBW, but not out, says umpire Byam. 12 without loss in the midst of the 5th over. This one is a full toss, but driven straight to the man at extra cover. Doesn't feel cleanly. There's time for 1. They consider 2. The return comes in, but they really should have gone 2 on that delivery. That was not good running there from the opening batsman there for the Grenada team. There were 2 runs on offer. But the fielder also will be quite disappointed with that effort. Looks like Marshall. Chance Marshall should have covered that one. Was driven straight to him by Charles. So 2 runs added to the score. At the end of over number 5, it is 13 without loss. That's the score here. Grenada under 15. They are batting. They are 13 without loss against the Dominica under 15 team.
Yes, a relatively good start from the Grenadian team. Having been insulted, they would have been looking to negotiate the early threat of Fontaine, the captain, especially. So far, they've been able to do that relatively unscathed. 13 without loss. Not the quickest of starts, but it's a good start nevertheless from the 2 young men at the crease.
So John again into John. Opens the face, gets it down to third man. Dylan John bowling to John. John. Single safely taken. Brings Charles back into strike. Score is now 14 without loss after 5.1 overs. Still on John in again. Oh, that's another lovely delivery. Again, it's beating him here with that away movement. And maybe he's getting just a bit too much movement. He should. It's just too good to get the edge.
Yes, and maybe those deliveries can be a bit fuller as well. Bring him onto the front foot. I think we'll have a better opportunity to get the outside edge that way. But we have seen deliveries full and deliveries short of a length going past the outside edge. I think John might be a bit frustrated, but just has to hang in there and hope that one of these deliveries will take the outside edge and the wicketkeeper will do the rest.
Yes, you made a good point about taking the length a bit fuller. As he's in again, that's what he does. He's bowling. He's bowling all over the place. Charles looking to turn that one square, hits the leg stump, and that's a big wicket there. A very good delivery from Dylan John, and again he's in the wickets here at the Park Hill playing field.
But just looking at Charles there, I think he was batting on off stump, really trying to negate the movement that John has been getting on this occasion. Just going up a bit too far across, and maybe John spotted that minute space on the leg stump and was able to exploit it. A very good dismissal here for the Dominican team. They feel very happy with this dismissal, and Grenada, they lose their first. It's now 14 for the loss of 1.
Excellent going here. And after having kept up the pressure to these opening batsmen, the score was 7 after 1 over, remember. So the last 4 overs and a bit, they have gone for about 7 runs. As we just take a look at the replay there. Yes, this one coming back in, taking the leg stump. He was well across his stumps. If he had been struck on the pad, would have been some danger there for him. So a good delivery there from John. And he continues to bowl well, Osnet.
Yes, he does. And we were just speaking about him being patient. Sometimes as a bowler, you just need to be patient. You're going to go past the outside edge on occasions, especially in these conditions. They're really conducive to fast bowling, not a lot of sunshine about, a cool breeze blowing across the ground as well. So he just needs to be patient here, John, and that he was on that occasion. As I said, I'm not sure if he spotted the fact that Charles was on the off stump, mistaken guard on the off stump. But very good thinking from the young man.
Yeah, and Charles, even if he had a guard that was more middle and leg, he did move across quite early. So even before the ball really was out of the bowler and he was already across. I think he's trying, as you mentioned, he was trying to catch up to those balls that were leaving him. And lost his wicket, but good thinking from John to adjust his line as he comes in again to the new batsman. Nice looking drive there. Nice looking drive there from the batsman. Bartholomew.
Yes, Kavon Bartholomew, that is the new batter, coming in at number 3.
So the captain in, Bartholomew.
This one is brilliantly played over. A squarish cover for 4. Lovely shot there to get off the mark from Bartholomew.
Yes, I was just about to say to my co-commentator, based on what I saw from him in the last game, he does have some batting pedigree. He did open the bowling in the last game as well, so a skillful young man, showing that he has good all-round ability. And this one was over-pitched, and in the approved manner because of the outward movement, he didn't look to drive it too straight. He went over the cover area, and that was a good shot. Lovely all the way to the boundary there from him.
I don't think John would be too perturbed by that type of shot so earlier on in his innings, as we see a change in feel, surprisingly. Slip coming out. I was just about to say that with that type of shot, it brings the outside edge and caught behind the wicket into play, but skipper Fontaine sees things differently.
That one was a bit quicker from John. Not pleased about being driven through the cover, of course. And that's the end of the over. So a successful over there for the Dominican team. The score is now 18 for 1 after 6. They're going at exactly 3 runs and over.
Yes, a successful over there from John. Mentioned that he has really started well here for the Dominicans. 18 for 1 from 6 overs, a run rate of 3 runs per over. Not the quickest of starts, but from a Grenadian perspective, they'll be hoping that these two can forge somewhat of a partnership here for them in their quest to put up a respectable total on the board here in the finals of the Winlott Super 6 Under 15 tournament.
So Fontaine in again to John. Ooh. This one didn't rise as much as he would have expected, but didn't really push out as well on the front foot to that delivery. And the pace had him back on his back foot there.
Yes, I think he's a bit reluctant to come on the front foot. We've seen that Fontaine has a tendency to test the middle of the wicket from time to time. So it's really a good contest here between bat and ball.
So Fontaine again into John. Drives this one, but straight to the man at point. No run.
Well, given what we have seen so far, Lanson, and in terms of scores, what do you think would be a reasonable score that the Grenadians can really muster here to pose somewhat of a challenge for the Dominicans?
I'll get back to you after this delivery from Fontaine. So, turn on the leg side, feeling there by the strapping figure of Pascal. The run is taken. Yes, I think based on what we have seen so far in the tournament from the batting, I think anything over 100, you are in the game. But I think that if you get around 150, I think it's a reasonable score.
I think the highest score in the tournament would have been at 190, made by St. Lucia versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And they won quite easily with that score. So
even in the last round, I think Dominica had to make 138 or something along that line to win against St. Lucia. So I guess it's safe to say that a score anywhere in the region of 150 should be challenging.
Yes, it will.
Given what we have seen so far, that is.
Yes, that's given what, yeah, absolutely. And we expect that at some point today we may have some interruption for rain. So we have to bear that in mind as well. That's another good delivery there from Fontaine. As you mentioned, John not really going on to that front foot. That's a delivery that he really could have been forward to, but just shuffling back in his crease. Not really fully back or forward. So in that in-between era. So he's not looking very comfortable against Fontaine, John.
Agreed. Peace does funny things to you, as they would say.
A little slower. But seems to be 2 sounds there. May have been an inside edge onto the pad.
Yes, a very testing over there from Fontaine. His best so far, causing a lot of problems there for Jordan John. A maiden over as well. And the score remains on 18 for the loss of 1. 7 overs completed. Spoke about the crowd earlier. A lot of spectators in currently. I think the fact that St. Vincent and the Granny is not playing here today has a lot to do with that.
Yes, I don't think that you'll see a big crowd here. You just see those genuine cricket fans. I think earlier in the week we had a lot of noise around during all the games because you had family members and others who were familiar with the Vincentian players here supporting their team.
So John into his 4th over. Figures of 1 for 7 so far.
I think he has been one of the most impressive seamers in the competition, Dylan John. In terms of his control, the movement that he gets. He's in again to skipper Bartholomew, who covers up nicely to the man at extra cover. So we're seeing something a little bit different from Bartholomew. He's prepared to come out just a little bit more on the front foot than what we have seen from John, who tends to play from the crease.
Yes, a very good observation there. And actually we're seeing Bartholomew playing with a bit more intent as well. Positive intent, both in defense and in attack.
Yes. His backlift is quite high. So you could see that, if anything is there on offer, that he will be looking to take advantage of such a delivery. John flicks that one nicely, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. Looks like Davis who does the fielding. There's no run. It's a nice looking shot though.
Yes, he's been fine in the middle of the bat since his arrival at the crease, Bartholomew. That will give him a lot of confidence. As a skipper, he would really want to lead from the front.
Driven over the top once more. But there's a man out there that's coming around. Can he keep it in? No, it goes over the boundary for 4. And although we're not able to see based on where we are sitting here, we're a bit obscured, but we could hear the shouts from his teammates. 4 runs, 4 runs. So that's another boundary to Bartholomew. He's looking to put some pressure back on John, who has been bowling that lovely length, but he's driving them on the up and over the top.
Yes, a valiant effort there from the man who's a bit straighter, deep extra cover. That delivery going over a squarish cover region. Second of that type we have seen from Bartholomew. So, seems to be a shot that he favors.
Looking nice. They're forward, pushing that one, running on after contact with the shot. Showing some good intent with his batting. Sending a message to the other team here, Bartholomew.
I'm looking at the man there at deep cover again. I'm wondering if he can go a bit squarer, closer to a deep point, given what we've seen from Bartholomew so far with those 2 shots.
Yes, I would agree with that. Good delivery there by John. Yorker delivery. Yes, I think that he could go a bit squarer. The man who is at point now in the circle could come around slightly, just in front of square, and the sweeper could go around more to a squarish position, or just behind square on the offside. And that's where those shots are going from Bartholomew. And also when they bounce, they will spin in that direction on the second bounce. So another delivery there. Defended there on this occasion by Bartholomew. At the end of over number 8, it's 22-1 Grenada.
Yes, a good comeback there from John, just giving Bartholomew a bit too much room outside the off stump. We have seen so far that he's someone who will thrive on that type of room and that type of length outside the off stump. So it's good to see someone playing their shots and looking very compact in his approach so far, Bartholomew. So the Grenadians will be hoping that he bats for a long period of time, because if he does, then I'm sure that the scoring rate will tick along at a reasonable score. and they'll end up putting up something very competitive on the board. The Dominicans, they will be hoping that they can see the back of him as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Thank you for that analysis as Fontaine comes in now. Short delivery. Oh, that one touched him on the chest. He was playing it well enough in the end, but I think he just ended up squaring up too much. That's why it made contact with his chest. But he got his hands and his bat out of the way, the gloves on the bat out of the way. Fair enough, but I think he just turned a bit to face it. And then it struck him in the chest area. But another testing delivery there from Fontaine.
Yes, another one of those deliveries where he bends his back, Fontaine, and tests the middle of the wicket. John, he has been in the wars already versus Fontaine. But at least he's still there.
That's one that he drives, doesn't time it, goes straight to the man at extra cover. Well, that's what you have to do as an opening batsman. You tend to face the bowlers at their freshest. The pitch is at its freshest as well. And that will happen to you from time to time. You have to really sometimes wear one for the team.
Definitely. And he's there. He's fighting it out. He's on 2 from 27 deliveries. So hasn't really got his scoring boots on. But he's doing a job for his team and trying to negotiate the only threat of Fontaine and John.
This time he drives a lovely shot, but should be cut off. Oh no, that's a misfield there by the fielder there at mid-off. Really should have stopped that. He'll be very disappointed with that one. It's still on John. And maybe just still thinking of his previous over and his bowling and what he has to do. And he'll be very disappointed with that. Really should have been cut off. But a nice boundary there for John. Gets him going in terms of his boundary count. And will give him a bit more confidence against Fontaine, who has been his tormentor this morning so far.
Agreed, a very good shot. A full toss, mind you, but he was able to find the gap on that occasion. A tired-looking dive there from John. I'm not sure if the 4 overs he bowled earlier had anything to do with it.
It's Fontaine.
It must be said that the outfield is pretty quick as well, based on what we've seen in the games played up here so far.
Yeah, speaking to the head groundsman this morning, he said that he was cutting it yesterday, but because of the rain, he had to stop. So he did some more cutting this morning. So he has kept it at a low level throughout the tournament. The grass is quite even all around the ground. I mean, we have just come out of the most rainy months for the year, so you expect that. Good even green grass coverage, and also we are located on the eastern coast here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in a valley. We do get a lot of relief or orographic rain throughout the year here in Park Hill. So the ground is nestled between 2 ridges. As Fontaine comes in again to John. This time he covers it up. A nice no run as it goes out to the man at mid-wicket. Pascal does the fielding.
That's a very good delivery there, guys. One of those deliveries that has caused them a bit of problems, especially on the line of the off stump. This one was a bit straighter, and he really had to get some bat down on that one, or he would have been in some problems there. But good comeback from Fontaine and good batting from Jordan John.
Agreed. Fontaine is in again to John. Battle continues. Full of delivery, driven, but straight to the man at extra cover on this occasion. Does tend to open the face on those drives. That's the end of the over. 26 for 1 after 9 Grenada.
It's a very good over there. The boundary coming from that one. And John continues to fight it out here for his team. His captain Bartholomew is at the other end, which would really make matters a bit easier for him. Having your captain there to talk to you and give you words of encouragement would definitely help. Captain himself, he has made a very good start to his innings. So these two will be looking to just continue along that vein in the next few overs as we see John coming in for his 5th over.
Yes, he can bowl, I think, a maximum of 6 on the trot. And after this over, it will be the end of the first power play. I think they may think of making a change in the bowling to 5 over spells we have seen so far. Not hot testing conditions, but still they're young men, you don't want to go for what. The last one is lifted over the square leg area. We wait for the signal from the umpire. This one is a lovely shot there from Bartholomew. just getting inside that line and just flicking it nonchalantly over square leg for 4.
Yes, I think it was also a change of action. I'm not sure if he missed his run up there, John, but it was not his usual action, and that perhaps led to the misdirection of that delivery. But well played again from Bartholomew, taking advantage of a full delivery on the line of the leg stump and depositing over deep square leg for another boundary.
So I want to see how John reacts to this now, because now he's been tested by a batsman who is willing to be aggressive against him. This one, a good delivery now. Fuller on the line of middle and off. So it's good to see this from the young man. You want to see different challenges before him, because in the last spell that I saw from him here, the Vincentian batsman really were not attacking him. So it's good to see sometimes when you put under pressure how you respond as a bowler. And Bartholomew is definitely putting him under some pressure with his stroke play. Seems to have a wide array of shots at a fairly young age. This one pops a little bit more off the pitch, takes him on the glove. No run.
Yes, a delivery on the line of the leg stump, as you mentioned. Just jumped at him a bit there, trying to walk that one somewhere past square leg for a single. Not being successful on that occasion. But you mentioned the batter here putting the ball under pressure, and that's good for the development of both players. More so John, being a fast bowler.
So he's in that's a better delivery. Just a bit fuller. Not allowing Bartholomew on that occasion to get under that, to flick that over the offside or the onside correction. We have seen from him so far that his 3 boundaries have been struck aerially. He has lofted over the infield, which is, of course, he's in the power play, so he's within right to do so, of course, taking advantage of the situation. So he's looking to be as full as possible to prevent that lofted shot. This one straight to the man at mid-wicket, Davis, who does the fielding.
I think that's a better length. I think that's the length that he has persisted with all year. I think so far to Bartholomew, he has been a bit too full. Maybe striving for a Yorker. I think he just needs to go back to that back of a length and the movement that he was getting all year. I'm not sure if having bowled 9.3 or 4 overs, if that movement would have already been negated. But that's something that he should think about moving forward.
This one is driven for 6. That's a magnificent shot over cover.
Perhaps the shot of the tournament so far, Alonso. There again, I was saying that the length that he has been bowling so far seemed to be a bit too full. And on that occasion, again, full outside the off stump, giving Bartholomew a lot of room outside the off stump to free his arms. And we have seen that the young man has enough talent, enough class to deposit that one over deep extra cover for a massive 6.
Yes, that's a proper shot. And that's the type of shot, when you play those shots, you remember them for a while.
Indeed so. Remind me a bit about Marlon Samuels, going over extra cover. That's something you would associate with him. The icon.
Yes, that's the shot of the tournament for me. Easily so, at least from the games that I have seen here at Park Hill. Easily the shot of the tournament. That takes some doing, getting the bowler over the extra cover region. For 6. That's a top shot. It was a full delivery, gave him the width, and he has shown that he prays on width, and he was able to time that one nicely over the covers. That's a very good shot. I think that would have gone probably about 85 meters over cover, or 75 meters at least.
Agreed. Just missing his length again there, John. We spoke about it. Just the delivery before, we were speaking about the fact that he has gone away from the back of a length that he was bowling all year on to Charles and getting that sort of movement, causing him some problems. But of course, Bartholomew is a different kettle of fish. We have seen he's been more positive both in attack and in defense. The ball seems to be fine in the middle of his bat, as I think Pascal coming into the attack.
Yes, the big man Pascal, big strong young man. I expect that, as he grows older, that he'll get even stronger. So at the age of maybe 14 or 15, I'm not sure of his exact age, but he's already quite a formidable stature as he comes in again to bowl to John.
Yes, Pascal, maybe not getting the type of pace that his stature would actually expect you to see. But nevertheless, a good start from him so far, back of a length. And that length has actually troubled John to some extent, albeit from Fontaine, who had a bit more pace.
Yeah, that's true. I think he'll be a bit more comfortable with the pace of Pascal.
So once again, a good delivery, good line, good length. I think in the game versus St. Vincent and the Grenadiers, he actually bowled from the opposite end, the southern end. This time coming from that northern end, replacing Fontaine. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
Yes, and you mentioned that he'll be a bit more comfortable, John, to this pace. Already he was on the front foot there for that last delivery, quite early, electing to leave it alone in the end, but not something that you saw when he was playing against Fontaine.
So again, this one is a short of a length, and Pascal not getting the type of pace as Fontaine, just falling short of the man there at slip. And that's something you alluded to earlier in terms of the position of the men in the slip region.
Yeah, they are too deep. I think that they were too deep for the quicker bowlers who were bowling before, and of course we have already seen that Pascal doesn't have as much pace, so really should have been in a bit and could have created an opportunity there.
Yes, that was a genuine edge and just fell short of the man there in the slip region. So good start again from Pascal, just that nagging line, that nagging length. Getting a bit of bounce as well. He's a relatively tall young man.
Yeah, he's hitting the pitch quite hard, strong shoulders. So even though it's not kissing the pitch and coming off at a quick pace, he's hitting the pitch and getting some bounce off a length.
I think John will be advised here to perhaps just walk the ball into the gaps and get the Bartholomew more on strike. I think most of us would love to see a bit more of Bartholomew. From a neutral perspective, that is.
Yes, from a neutral perspective. That's a wide delivery. And, I mean, we have been looking in the tournament to see batsmen that could put the bowling under pressure. And so far, bowlers have really had all they say. And they could have done whatever they please, so to speak, throughout the tournament. And just very short periods of time, you have had a batsman really doing something to put the bowling under pressure. So it's good to see this from Bartholomew.
So on his outside the off stump, a bit of a way movement there from Pascal. So it's the end of the over. Wide coming from that one. At the end of it, Grenada, after being inserted from the Dominica under 15 team this morning, they are 37 for the loss of 1, 10 overs completed.
Yeah, solid start from Pascal as he replaces Fontaine as skipper. Has found more or less a good area to be in, just outside the off stump, back of a length, occasional fuller delivery, but his line has been good, and that's a good start from him. We have seen some of the other bowlers in this competition who have struggled to start, and after a while they get more acclimatized and they will bowl a better line and length. But he, from ball one, has been spot on, so we must commend him for that. As there's another change from the road end, we would say here, as George comes on to replace Dylan John.
Yes,
Joshua Joseph.
Another right arm seamer. I think as he's driving this one uppishly and just taking the fingertips there of Captain Fontaine. I don't think it was the best effort. He didn't jump with any sort of conviction. Bartholomew there again, a delivery on the line of the arm stump, foolish length, driving loosely this time, uppishly, not the same power as we've seen in the previous over, and Captain Fontaine will be ruining that opportunity.
Yeah, it was a half-hearted drive. If he had gone through it, he would have easily gotten out of the boundary.
It's just the type of opportunity that the Dominicans would have really been looking forward to, especially the wicket of Bartholomew. We have spoken of how well he has batted so far. And captain there, just the right man as well, you would have wanted that catch to go to. You can experience play at this level.
Yeah, you'll be very disappointed with that. Catches win matches.
This one again is hitting over deep point. One bounce into the fence of 4. So toying with the fielders here. I think the extra cover actually went a bit squarer to the deep point that we spoke about, but on this occasion again, Bartholomew seemed to be timing the ball beautifully over the offside. Gets another boundary. It moves on to 41 for the loss of 1.
Yes, the ball is leaving his bat quite nicely at a rate that I have not seen from any of the batsmen in the tournament so far. This one really gave the deep point no chance.
And it goes back to what you were saying a couple of deliveries ago, Alonso, in terms of that jab catch. If he actually went through with the shot, he would have actually evaded the man there, Fontaine, because the man deep is actually on a deep point sort of region. So this entire area over Fontaine's head there at short cover is vacated. As we said, change to the field. Another man coming into onto the offside.
Yeah, they're reinforcing that area, which is an area of strength for him. Joseph in again to him.
This one is walking past fair square leg. Should get 2 easily. So Joseph there just committing the cardinal sin of bowling on the leg stump when the captain actually straightened out the offside field. And 2 more runs added to the total. Bartholomew continues to impress here. He goes up to 24 from 20 delivery. This 43 for the loss of 1.
Swashbuckling in so far from the Grenadian skipper. Joseph in again. Haven't seen as many spinners from the Dominicans as some of the other teams.
It's actually very good cricket from Bartholomew. The man there at point, as we mentioned, is on the boundary. So anything played in that region with soft hands would actually get him a single. He's actually keep strike as well. Another over where they've been able to score 7 runs or 6 runs from that over. The end of the 12th over, it's 44 for the loss of 1.
It's 44 for 1 after 12. Bartholomew now with that single. He will be on strike against Pascal, so it will be a more testing over for Pascal if he has to bowl it to the entire over to Bartholomew. We saw Joseph, John in the last over that he bowled, not really putting him under that much pressure, but I'm sure that he knows that any slight O-ring in terms of length or line will be pounced upon by Bartholomew.
I think it's actually the first time he's actually batting from this end as well, having faced 21 deliveries so far. So
yeah, that means that there hasn't been much rotation of strike, in particular from Jordan John. He has been really stuck at one end.
Yes, and Pascal it is into his second over. Short of a length, and Bartholomew covers up. So just looking at the field, there's a man there at long off, a man at cover, deep extra cover, point, a slip, third man, deep fine leg, man there at mid wicket, a squarish mid wicket, and a man at mid on.
So he's bowling to a 6-3 field, wasn't it?
Yes, 6 players on the offside, which, as we mentioned, seemed to be an area of strength for Bartholomew, as he's punching this one beautifully in between the man there at deep third man. Should get close to the boundary again. So another good looking shot there from Bartholomew, just coming back using the pace, or just using the length that Pascal is bowling and getting it past the man there at backward point for 2 more runs. So he's scoring relatively quickly and freely here. 46 for the loss of 1.
Is the second time we have seen the keeper, or third time we've seen the keeper ball throws coming into him, and he has elected to jump to try to stop it with his pan and not his glove?
I'll have to see that again. This one again, using that whiff outside the off stump and plays it down to the man there, third man.
It's an interesting technique there from the wicketkeeper button. But Bartholomew's innings really has brought some life into the game. I'm sure that for those watching at home, they will be saying the same. Really has injected that positivity into the Grenada batting.
As John comes back into strike. It's been there from the start. It's a full toss and he's getting this one from the outer portion of the bat, perhaps aiming a bit squarer. It gets it down to third man. So third man, he has been busy this over.
Yes, now at third man there, we have the fielder Daru, Vince Daru. Diminutive fielder. But seems to have a good arm. I mean, a small man, but he's getting them in from down there quite easily.
This one again, he's playing in between the man there at short backward point and the man there at deep point comes around, cleans up. So singles at will in this over from the Grenada batters.
There's Marshall out there on the boundary. Chance Marshall. Yeah, there's an energy that Bartholomew has brought, and it seems to be rubbing off now on John, who is looking a bit more positive, looking to score more often, not just from boundaries but also singles.
This one is a foolish length, looking to drive again. Not really getting himself in the best of position. I think what happens is his left leg goes down the pitch as opposed to the line of the ball. So he's always stretching to some extent and not really finding his timing as opposed to what we've seen from Bartholomew from the other end.
Yes, and that was a slow delivery as well from the bowler, Pascal. See him, just a slight change in his action, looping that one down the pitch. Trying something different, looking to get a dismissal here, a breakthrough for his team.
Joseph will continue from the southern end. Mentioned that he was the opening bowler in the previous encounter versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now coming in at first change. And you are talking about the spin bowling options of the Dominican team. We haven't seen any slow bowlers so far.
No.
All seamers.
Yeah, we've seen from the other teams that they have a lot of spin options. They are replete with slow bowling. We haven't seen that so far from the Dominican team, but we did see that the spinners really curtailed the Grenadians versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines on Friday.
This one again, he's stroking it out to the man there at deep point. Airishly, Pascal coming around, so it can be said that that man is well positioned there by the skipper Fontaine. There's also a man at deep extra cover as well, so 2 men out. As the 50 comes up for the Grenadian team, they're staging somewhat of a recovery. They lost the wicket of Charles earlier, and this partnership looking to be blossoming. This one is down the leg side, should be signal wide. Another one added to the total, 51 for the loss of one, 50 coming up in the 14th over.
Yeah, Joseph against St. Vincent and Grenadines, he got a few wickets, opened the bowling. This time he's bowling as a fourth bowler. We'll come back to that shortly. So again, I want to see how he will react to being tested by somebody like Bartholomew. Charles a bit more defensive. That occasion, it was a Yorker delivery, so good response there from the bowler.
This one has a good length. Bartholomew playing him from the crease. I think we've seen that he has a tendency to do that. But he's playing with a straight bat, which is very important.
Yes, John, what we've seen from John so far in his innings is that he tends to bat from the crease. And that's a good length for Joseph to continue bowling, because he will not come forward and drive over the top as we saw from Bartholomew. So if he keeps that length, then he will be able to keep him quiet.
Well, he has been kept relatively quiet so far. And 7 runs from 41 deliveries, so he has faced the majority of deliveries in this innings. But I'm sure the Dominican management will be pleased with what he has offered so far in terms of some solidity. Given the score we've seen in this tournament, it's just a matter of batting as much of these 50 overs as possible. And I think most of the other players would like to bat around him as he's playing a leg glance on this occasion. I'm down to the man there at fine leg, so he's added another single to his total. And the Grenadian total goes up to 52 for the loss of one. He will keep strike at the start of the next over.
Yes, 52 for the loss of 1 after 14 overs. A bit of a recovery from the Grenadian team. We have seen so far good innings from the skipper, 30 without not out so far from Bartholomew. He'll be looking to notch up a half century and also to go beyond that. He has added significant impetus to the innings. He has played quite positively, including, in my opinion, the shot of the tournament over cover for 6 of the quick bowler. Has looked to be in a class of his own.
It's Pascal bowling a short delivery, misdirected on this occasion, and John looking to pull that one, not making any sort of contact. Another wide signal by the umpire Byam, and umpire Williams taking stand in this particular encounter. There's a man there at deep third man, deep fine leg, backward point, deep extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a man at square leg. So that's the feel for John. We've seen a slightly different feel whenever Bartholomew comes on strike. In lieu of what we have seen in terms of the positive stroke play from him so far, as this time a bit of indecision there. But in the end, I think the correct decision was made. So partnership of 40 so far. And I think Bartholomew has 30 of those. So he has definitely been the scorer, the run scorer in the partnership, the dominator.
Yeah, there have been some extras as well in the partnership. So, as you mentioned, he has done the bulk of the scoring, the lion's share, we would say.
Pascal once again comes in. Still he's outside the off stump. I think wide signal there by umpire Byam.
It's the second time we have seen that delivery from Pascal. Very loopy delivery outside the off stump. Don't know if he's trying to tempt Bartholomew into something injudicious, but in the end it was a bit too wide for him.
As we look
to get it a bit closer to him if he wants to do that.
As we look to our left, Alonso, some dark clouds accumulating. Hoping that they can stay away in terms of not threatening us and causing a halt in play.
Well, yes, let's hope so, but it's not looking good. I think it's fairly ominous that they will interrupt at some point. Hopefully for not too long, but I think that it will fall. The rain will fall here soon. But let's hope that it will just be a passing shower.
Well, I don't think Grenada would want that at this point in time, given the nature of this partnership so far. They seem to be in the ascendancy. This one is pulled over deep square leg for 6. So Bartholomew continues to impress. We have seen a number of shots on the front foot, this time making a pull shot over deep square leg for another massive 6.
Yeah, that one was a bit of a top edge, but I mean, he swung ferociously through that, so he was able to get it for 6. And so he's showing that he's able to attack off both front and back foot. We've seen some attacking shots off the back foot from him as well, through the offside. But that one was a little bit too short, especially at the pace of Pascal. Not quick enough to be bowling that length to Bartholomew in particular.
Yes, I was just about to mention that he doesn't have the pace to really trouble Bartholomew at that particular length. And once again, he's trying that short delivery. So maybe maybe they're wary of the fuller length, which he has really punished severely so far. So they're trying something different.
Perhaps, and even on that shot, he got 6, but it was a bit top edgy. So maybe he's a bit stronger on the front foot, who knows? But he's showing that he has shots off both feet. And he's capable of challenging the boundary against various types of deliveries.
Yes, there's a man now back at deep square leg. So it tells me that he will perhaps persist with that line, Pascal. And that's a very good delivery. I think that's more in line with what we expect from Pascal. Just on and about the off stump. He gets a bit of movement away. Gets a bit of bounce as well.
Yeah, that's where he needs to be as a medium pacer, as we see the ground staff making their way to the covers. As I said before, it looks quite ominous, and it seems inevitable that we will be interrupted shortly. let's hope that it won't be for too long.
Yes, and that's always a bad sign when we see the ground staff moving with that much urgency. It tells me that the rain is not too far away and they will know the conditions very well.
Yes, they will.
So it's just only a matter of time, really. Not if, but when
Yes.
this rain will actually come down.
Yes, I'm predicting that we'll get maybe 3 or 4 or 5 more deliveries in. Maybe an over or so before it comes down.
Once again, he's pulling it and just evading the man there at a short mid-wicket. So not timing that one as well as he has done so far. But thankfully for him and Grenada, it just evaded the man there at a short mid-wicket as umpire Byam calls on the covers. I think rightly so, given what we are seeing here in terms of the weather. So there will be a break in play here. Grenada, after being insulted by Dominica this morning, they are 62 for the loss of 1. 15 overs completed.
Yeah, I think he's rightly called on the covers because it's just about that time when you have the drinks break. So close enough to that time, I think that they could just have the drinks now off the field. But the rain, when it comes, it will come quite heavily, and it wouldn't give the ground staff much time to get the covers on. And it's not one big cover, but several pieces. So that makes it a little bit more tricky in terms of covering the pitch. But I think that Grenada will be pleased with their start here this morning, 63 for 1, and they will be particularly pleased with the form of their skipper Bartholomew, 37. He has struck some ferocious boundaries, especially through the offside. In particular, that one over cover for 6, as I said before, that's the shot of the tournament for me, and has shown himself to be on top of his game here this morning. And they had the chance to remove him. The skipper Fontaine dropping a chance there at extra cover, and I think that chance may prove to be quite costly. And based on the rain that is coming now, I think Dominica will be the side that is more pleased to come off the field and really to just reassess where they are and to come up with some better plans as they come back on whenever play resumes.
Agreed. So it's a break in play here at the Park Hill playing field in this Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament. Final being played between Dominica and Grenada. And so we'll take a break now and we'll bring you back live action whenever that opportunity presents itself. Yes, welcome back to the Parkway playing field. We have action here for you in the Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament. The finals being played here today. Had a short interruption in terms of rain. Thankfully, didn't stay too long. And I must say kudos to the groundsmen to get in the wicket well prepared again to resume play here this morning. Grenada, they lost the toss this morning. They were inserted by the Dominicans. And they've made a reasonable start. Total of 63 for the loss of 1. 15 overs completed. So just scoring just around 4 runs per over. And I'm sure that these two, especially Bartholomew, will be looking to kick on given the start that we've seen. Alanson, what's your assessment of the day's play so far?
Yes, good morning again to you, Osnet, and good morning to the viewers. I think that the Dominican team would have been very pleased with the start up until the beginning of the innings for Bartholomew. He has been very aggressive. He has put some pressure on the bowling, and the Grenadians would be hoping that he can continue deep into the innings, while the Dominicans would be ruining the fact that they put him down a chance at extra cover. Skipper Fontaine dropping that chance, fingertip chance, and they will be hoping that they get an opportunity from him soon. But you know that quite often when you drop good players, you know, they can make you pay, and so far he has already been doing that.
Yes, that chance was really a key part of the game. It was in the middle of a very good session for Bartholomew in terms of scoring runs. I'm sure that will be at the back of the captain's mind as we're going to see number 7 coming into the attack. It's like Aiden Borton. So just switching the roles really in terms of the wicketkeeper is now the captain Fontaine. I think we saw that in the earlier game versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. His multifaceted abilities. So a bit of spin being introduced. I think that is a good move. So far we have seen seamers. So it'll be interesting to see how Bartholomew goes against the spinners.
Yeah, we were calling for it a little bit earlier that they should try to get the spinners in as quickly as possible. We saw the Grenada team falter against the spin bowlers of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the previous game on Friday. They were looking quite comfortable against the Pacers earlier on. So it will be an interesting battle here. Bartholomew would want to continue his dominance.
This one is sweeping. Chance for a second if they really push, and they're going to do so. He's very good. Very quick between the wickets as well, Bartholomew. Positive runner, a positive cricketer.
Yes, and he looks like a good athlete. We have seen him open the bowling as well. So he looks quite athletic, quite fit. And augurs well for him in his future development as a cricketer.
So 4 runs after the break. And just to remind our viewers, this has turned into 48 over encounter. It's last 2 overs due to that sharp shower we had. So 15 overs completed for the 32 overs after this one. So plenty of overs to bat. I'm sure the word from the Grenadian management would have been to bat as long as possible, stay positive, and hopefully they'll be able to put up a competitive total here this morning. This one is a bit quicker outside the off stump.
That's an interesting length there from Borton. It was quick and flat. Really beat Bartholomew as he prodded forward on that occasion. But flat bowling here from Borton.
This one again beating him outside the off stump. So ball skidding on to the batter. The moisture still in the wicket. Should offer some porches for the spinners if they really give it a grip. Borton seemed to be the type of spinner who will just get it through at a reasonable pace. Once again looking for the sweep shot there, Bartholomew. So he will have to start again. That's the thing, coming back from a break, whether it's a lunch break, water break, or rain break. As a batter, you have to start again and get used to the conditions and get used to the new bowler in the form of Borton.
Yes, that's a very important point. And it's almost like a restart of his innings.
As the first over completed after the rain break, 2 runs coming from that one. It's 65 for the loss of 1. Bartholomew, he's there on 37. And John, he's there on 9.
Yeah, 65 for the loss of 1, 4.25 runs on over the current scoring rate. Only 1 wicket down, and the threat of the skipper remains there for the Grenadians. As we see another change in the bowling from the other end. Davis will be introduced now to bowl his off spinners. They would really be looking to get some quick wickets. The the Dominican team, they wouldn't want this partnership to flourish and continue well into the maybe the 20th over, the 25th over, the 30th over or so, because if that is the case, then they will be really under the pump.
Yes, another change, another slow bowling option coming on. So they'll be short of a length, misdirected, starts with a wide. So Davis is in your bowler. A short man. Bit of off spin. This one is walking it out to a square leg region there, John. He's up and running after the lunch break. The rain break, sorry. Maybe my mind is on lunch.
Yes, it's a good time to be thinking about it. It's getting close to 12. And the lunch here at Park Hill has been good, wasn't it?
Indeed so. Must have to say kudos to the caterers. Done a wonderful job as he's pulling this one. Another job catch. This time from Burton. You would think his wicket-keeping abilities would have really come to the forefront on that occasion, diving away to his right. So Bartholomew, he gets another life and another single added to the total. It's now 66 for the loss of 1.
You know, the old cliche catches win matches, like they don't want to get rid of Bartholomew, and he has been dangerous there at the wicket. So he is now in his 3rd life.
Indeed so. Just needs to get used again to the conditions. Bartholomew seem to not starting in the same vein he started in when he just came to the crease. A couple of plays and missing the last over versus the spinner. So it's going to be a critical phase for him and for the Grenadian team. Sure, they would have set targets that they want to achieve. I'm sure he's a big part of that planning process. This one, John is hitting out to the man there, Joseph, at backward point, and there's no run. So once again, welcome to all those viewers online. As he's driving this one nicely out to extra cover region and gets 1. So John getting the singles going, which is good to see.
Yes, he has been kind of stuck at one end so far early in the game, but of course the field is well spread now. With the slow bowling, just enough time before him to just break his wrist and really contemplate the line and the length that he's getting and make the adjustment.
This one again, short of a length, looking to punch it through the offside. So just not getting his timing right, Bartholomew. It's the end of another over. It's 17 overs completed. Grenada, after being inserted this morning, they are 69 for the loss of 1.
Yes, so another good over there. 70. Almost 70 runs now, 69. So they're after 17 overs, they are just going at about the same 4.25 and over. Just something that they will be thinking about, maybe how to keep this going for as long as possible. The Grenada team, this partnership has already yielded 55 runs. They came together with the squad 14. So, crucial partnership so far for them.
It's Burton again from the southern end. It's again pushing these deliveries through. John coming forward, plays it out to the man there at backward point. There's no run. It's Burton, I'm sure that job catch in the last over would be plaguing on his mind. Just need to get that behind him as this one is walked out to a short fine leg region. So, Grenadians seem to be a clear intention here to get the singles going. And the spinners so far, this is going to be a critical part of the game. They've played the seam as well. And traditionally, spinners tend to slow down the game, and that is what we have seen in the tournament. Bartholomew in strike now. Playing this one out to backward point. And there's no run. So welcome to the viewers online. Those of you in Grenada, shout out to you. And also those of you in Dominica.
It's both looking to bowl quite flat. I think he's trying just to keep the score down. Batsmen have to be very careful because of the pace at which he's bowling. They have to be very careful that the ball doesn't strike them on the pad, beating that defensive pad or going through the defenses onto the stump.
That's a better straight forward. I think that's what we saw from him before the rain break. Just need to get himself back in that frame of mind, that positive frame of mind, and I think his feet and his bat will move positively as well. He's looking to sweep. It's a shot, and he's out. Looking to sweep that one there, Bartholomew. We have said that he hasn't really started that well after the drinks break. That one perhaps a bit too straight for him to sweep. So the big wicket there for Barton. He put him down in the last over. This time he picks up the big wicket of Bartholomew. He goes LBW, and the score is now 70 for the loss of 2.
Yes, a very naughty shot. Straight delivery. He has been playing with a straight bat for the most part. Looking to sweep that one. Really not necessary. I mean, he has shown that he has the power to hit the ball through the line. So really no need for him to attempt that shot. And the Dominica team will be very pleased with his dismissal because while he was out there, runs were coming quite freely. But on that occasion, just picking the wrong delivery to sweep. Straight delivery on the middle stump, and yeah, he was palpably LBW.
Yes, just looking back at the replay, I think it's a pretty straight delivery as you mentioned. Originally I thought it was perhaps down the leg side, but looking back at the replay, it's actually a straight delivery. Just played around it. Bartholomew mentioned it's a naughty shot there. He has attempted it on a couple of occasions, and this time not really getting any sort of connection. So a big wicket there for Dominica, and this would really have an impact on the progress of the Grenadian team.
Yeah, well, with the spin twins now in operation, Davis and Bolton, they will be looking to stymie the run rate, especially having seen the back of Bartholomew.
The new player is Mitchell, a slow bowler himself. We're hoping that he could put on a partnership here with John. John has been there from the start, has another wide signal there by umpire Bayam. And Alanson, it just goes to show you that sometimes as a batter it's all about rhythm, and before the rain break you were in a particular rhythm, and the fact that we had to have a break in play, and since the resumption he just didn't look himself Bartholomew.
Yeah, and I always said that the break will favour the Dominican team.
As he's swinging this one out to deep square leg, not timing it as well as he would like there. John gets a single. Well backed up there in the end. A shortish delivery and not really getting the power. He doesn't really have the power of, say, Bartholomew John. So he has to play within himself, know his limitation, and perhaps work more singles into the gaps.
Yeah, it was also a very short delivery, almost completing the second bounce by the time it got to him. So it really didn't have anything on it. He had to make all the power himself. And in the end, just getting the bottom of the bat. Luckily for him too, because dropped short of the man at deep square leg.
So new player is Mitchell coming in to strike for the first time, facing up to Davis. It's a change in field. The man there at deep mid wicket for the right hander. He's now up in the circle, and the deep third man comes in as well into the circle. So you have a short third man, a short fine leg. Deep square leg, the man there deep mid wicket coming into the circle, and it's a bit of confusion here in terms of the feel that he wants the bowler. There's a man there at mid on, mid wicket, cover, and a man out there at long off. Just a reminder, it's a 48 over encounter. Lost a couple of overs. As we've seen that general area where the rain comes from again, a bit of clouds accumulating, some dark clouds. Hopefully the wind picks up and blows it away. As we see Mitchell there coming off the strike, because walking that one into the square leg region for a single. It's now 71 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, well, we're expecting it to be that type of day. We have been experiencing some unstable weather conditions, and it's going to be that type of day where you're going to have some showers passing through. We saw an interruption a while ago that really cost us about 50 minutes or so in terms of time, and it seems as if we will have some showers passing through from time to time throughout the day, and the showers have been quite heavy as well. So good work by the ground staff in getting play resuming in reasonable time.
Agreed. So it's the end of another over. That's the end of the 19th over. So Grenada under 15, after being inserted this morning, they are 73, for the loss of 2. John, he's there on 13 from 54. He has been there from the start. Mitchell just joining him at the crease. He's on 1 from 2 deliveries. It will be Barton to continue. So this delivery, Mitchell is forward. Positive looking defensive stroke from him. Off spinner again. This one is short of a length. He's going back, forcing it into the offside. Pascal there comes around and there's no run. So there's a man at deep extra cover, long off, long on. A man at backward point, cover point, short third man, short fine leg, square leg, man at mid wicket. Coming around the wicket this time, and this one is wrapping him on the pads. A bit tall, a bit high, I would say. He's on the back foot there. He's a relatively tall young man, Mitchell. And Barton tends to get a bit of bounce as well.
Yes, and as I was saying, what Barton before, that he's threatening the stumps. He's bowling straight and he's bowling quickly. So they have to be very careful of the LBW dismissal and the ball. Play as straight as possible.
Spinners once again proven to be hard to get away. This middle phase, both spinners very economical so far. He's looking to drive this one a bit, Mitchell. Let's get in the bottom of the bat on that occasion. Just trickles out to a short extra cover region as we welcome the mayor of the South Rivers Park Hill area. And Barton once again. He's driving at this one, a bit loosely outside the off stump. A bit of grip, a bit of bounce there from Barton. A bit of indecision as well from both batters, but in the end, they come through for a second. By signal by umpire Williams. 2 more added to the total, 75 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, that one had some bounce on it, some turn. And the pace at which Barton is bowling, is posing those problems for the batsman. And that one just had a little bit of weight on it, so not straight on the stump, but almost beating for pace there. And saw something similar from the dismissal of Bartholomew earlier. So they have to be mindful of that threat from Barton and to play him as straight as possible. Look to hit him down to long on and long off for the single and those general areas as opposed to trying to go across the line.
It's Davis once again. And John doing what he has done all innings in terms of just covering up. Looking to bat for time here, John. Doesn't seem to be one who will play a shot in anger. This one is punching it off the back foot. Straight up to the man there. Joseph at backward point. There's no run. So partnership of 5 so far. These 2 came together. We'll be looking to build on that previous partnership of 56. The first wicket went at 14. The next one at 70. So a partnership of 56 there between John and Bartholomew. And as long as they continue to get these partnerships as the innings progress, then they will be able to put up a competitive total. So again, this one is short of a length. This one skidding through. There, John looking for the cut shot, not making any sort of connection. Davis again, getting this one to skid onto the bat. So not giving the ball a lot of flight, Davis. He's a short man, but seemed to just get it to the skid on to the right hander. That's another over completes. And it's 75 for the loss of 2, 20 overs completed.
It's 21 overs actually. So 75 for 2 after 21 overs. The run rate has slowed a little bit with this since they have come back out after the break. And they were going at about 4 runs and over. And I remember saying that they were going at 4.25 just before the loss of the wicket of Bartholomew. But of course, a player like that, when you lose him, the run rate will definitely slow down.
Yes, I think they were on 63 at the rain break from 15 overs. So in the next 6 overs or so, they've only managed to score 12 runs.
Yes, so we're not only 2 runs per over as they have come back out. Especially the introduction of the spin has really slowed things down as Button is in again to Mitchell. It's punching off the back foot, but a quick delivery. Doesn't really have the time because of the pace to really get the impetus behind that shot. This one is a bit down the left side. They will come for 2. We'll wait on the umpire for the signal, umpire Williams. Okay, the ball is finally dead. Signal from the umpire now is a wide. So 3 runs there, 3 extras. A wide plus the 2 completed between the wickets.
Yes, Barton just needs to be careful here in terms of the lines that he's bowling because of the pace that he comes through at. Any delivery as this one is driven up to the man there at long off. A good looking shot there from Mitchell. That will give him some confidence. Yes, I was saying in terms of the pace that he bowls at anything offline, it's definitely runs because the wicket keeper is going to be very difficult for him to really stop any of those deliveries.
Yeah, we were saying that the batsmen need to look to hit him down to long off and long on, and that was Mitchell just doing that there on that occasion. That's what he needs to be doing. Play as straight as possible. Don't play across the line because Burton is bowling quite quickly. Can go through those attempted shots if you're not very careful. So he's in again. He's bowling to John this time. Struck on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. Again, looking to turn that one on the onside. A naughty shot there. Has to be very careful. Speed at which Burton is bowling. That's better. He's driving that, but he hits it right in that soft area, just off the pitch, and it just hit there and died.
Well, on a couple of occasions now, we have seen a bit of a uppish drive there from John. I'm wondering if Captain Fontaine might be looking to have a man short there at cover. It'd be a good position for John. He's not really someone who has the power, really. We have seen so far he's somewhat of a noddler, trying to get the ball into gaps, as he just did on that occasion for another single behind square on the leg side. And at the end of the 22nd over, it's now 79 for the loss of 2. It's 80 actually, sorry. 80 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, not bad going at all here from the Grenadians. They don't want to bat all of the overs that they have at their disposal. I do think we will have another interruption for rain maybe some point during the morning. Well, not morning, in the afternoon. So we may call the overs may be curtailed even further as Davis comes in again to bowl to John. He plays it along the pitch back to him. As we're seeing that area where the rain comes from, just getting a bit darker. John is forward again.
Well, looking at John so far, I mean, you mentioned that he's not the type of player who would dominate the bowling to any extent. Because some of these deliveries from Davis, I think, is a bit on the short side. But he's on to the front foot, and it therefore limits his ability to play any sort of attacking shot to them. But I think perhaps is a better option is just camp a bit on the back foot and maybe choose different areas of the field where he want to maneuver these balls.
Yes, and the single is on offer. It's not like if you're asking him to hit the big shot because it doesn't seem to be his game. So just go onto the back foot and probably punch with a straight bat down the ground and get a single. Goes for the pull on that occasion. Doesn't time it. And he doesn't really look comfortable at all playing the square bat, the cross batted shot, square on the offside. Or onside for that matter. Davis is into him again. Full of delivery. He's driving. It's in the air, but it drops short of the man at extra cover, who does well. Keeps it down to 1. Ball dropped just in front of him, but he was able to get his body behind it and effect the stop. And at the end of the over number 23, the score is now an 81-2 here at Park Hill.
Yes, another uppish drive there, Alanson. And I was just speaking in the previous over about maybe Captain Fontaine employing a man there at short extra cover. Just tight in. Just in the eye line of John. That one again uppishly. And I'm sure that would have presented an opportunity for someone close in. So it's something that Captain Fontaine can really think about moving forward.
So Burton again. There's John. As I said before, he has a tendency to open the face when he comes onto the front foot to drive. And if he had kept the face closed there, he could get a single down to the man at long off with those drives. Presenting the full face of the batter may give him some more options to score. Again, he punches this one to the man at extra cover. Fairly straight delivery, but a quick delivery there from Burton. He's bowling quite flat, quite fast, but on the stumps. Ooh, and this one is beaten. Appeal there for LBW, but he was forward and the bounce seemed like it would have taken that one over the top.
It's just getting a bit of turn there, Burton, and you mentioned he's a relatively tall man. Getting a bit of bounce as well, so that delivery may be missing, going over the top as you said, also turning down the leg side. His accuracy has been impressive so far, Burton.
This one is in the air and it's another drop. Oh my goodness. The Dominica team will be very disappointed with that. It wasn't the easiest of chances, but he really should have taken that one, Darwin Lewis. And now I count 3 clear chances that they have dropped.
Yes, another difficult chance, we would say. Diving to his right. Delivery on the line of the off stump. There was John looking to drive that one through the extra cover region, peeling off the outside edge and presenting an opportunity which was not taken there by Darwin Lewis. Yes, Darwin Lewis.
It's a full toss, but driven straight to Davis, who, in all fairness, has been quite efficient in the field so far today. We have seen that from him. He will be continuing his spell now at the end of over number 24. The score is on 82-2.
Another economical over there from Burton. 5 overs, 1 for 9 so far, so hasn't given a lot away. Has created a couple of opportunities, and of course he took the big wicket there of Bartholomew in that spell as well.
So Davis will continue, will be bowling to John, who has been there from the beginning of the innings. All 24 overs. Not out on 16. And he's out. He's out. Edging that one to the keeper. Looking to cut, but dangerous shot against the off spinner. Too close, not much room. Caught behind there. Good glove work there from the keeper. That time Fontaine. So that's another wicket there for the Dominicans, and they are starting to make some inroads into the batting here of the Grenadians.
Yes, the spinners really creating a stranglehold for the Grenadians so far after the resumption of play. Taking up the big wicket of Bartholomew, and now we are seeing John, who has been there from the start, faced all of 74 deliveries for his 17. On that occasion, Davis delivered short of a length, which is really the length that we have seen him employed so far. And there was John again attempting that cut shot, a shot that he has attempted on numerous occasions without much success. Getting the inside edge and a well Fontaine. So Dominicans continue to strike, and the Grenadians 82 for the loss of 3.
So 82 for the loss of 3, Grenada. It brings the new batsman into the wicket. The burly Jamie Wickham has had a fairly good tournament so far. And they'll be looking to him to forge a partnership here with Mitchell as Davis continues. Pushes it forward to the man at extra cover. Davis will be pleased with that wicket, so to his teammates. Some hesitation there with the single, but it was always on once it beat the bowler Davis. And we have seen this tendency from Primus. He likes to stand tall and play shots. So he likes to punch the ball off the back foot.
Yes, and Mitchell here would have to be mindful of the fact that he's not the best runner or the quickest runner in the wicket here, Wickham. So their calls need to be firm and assertive.
Slowing that one nicely, Davis. So he's varying his pace, probably more so than what we're seeing from the other end from Burton. So he's going through flat sometimes. He's giving it some air at times. This one a flatter one.
There's a bit of a mix-up there. We mentioned that the calling between the wickets will have to be firm, especially considering the limited mobility of Wickham.
This one is flighted. It's driven down the ground, but it's in the gap. It's one run taken. And again, we see the clouds just, closing in again here at the Parkhill playing field. The ground staff making movements toward the covers. So again, it's just a matter of time again before we are interrupted by the rain.
It's a similar look to what we had earlier when we had the interruption in terms of the clouds accumulating in that direction. And as we mentioned also, the groundsmen making their way over to the cover, so that is never a good sign. This over from Burton perhaps is the last one we'll get before the shower.
Yes. There's a few more deliveries, I think, before the umpires will make that decision. Having a look at the conditions. This one is pushed nicely. Oh, and this is a chance of a run out. Did he get there? Oh my, if he were dismissed there, I think Mitchell would have deserved some serious licks, because he was not making an effort to get into his ground with any urgency whatsoever. Disappointed that that Wickham said no to the single, but he was just basically jogging back to his crease, and he was well out of his crease.
Yes,
I think a stronger throw would have gotten him there.
Yes, some sloppy cricket there from the Grenadians, more so Wickham. Mitchell, is a delivery stroke down to the man there at mid-off. Didn't get the response from Wickham and seemed to be disappointed in that way. And just ambled back to his crease, really. And in the end, a very close one there. Umpire Bayam adjudicated that he actually made it back, but direct hit maybe would have had him in some sort of trouble. So we have another interruption here due to rain. We were saying that it's definitely going to be one of those top starts type of day, as we are having some unstable weather here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So action in the Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament will come to a halt at this point in time. 84 for the loss of 3. We're into over number 25. So we're going to take a break here and we'll bring you back live cricket whenever that opportunity presents itself.